How similar to Tactics is this? Is the question. see the chat. I assume nobody was watching. How similar to Tactics is this? You hated Tactics. Yes, I did. I have some thoughts about that, if you'd like to hear them. So, here's my theory. Here's my theory. There is a lineage of RPGs that is made by Square or Enix, and there's a lineage of RPGs that are not made by Square and Enix. And there are RPGs that were for systems before those consoles, like the Famicom and the Master System. Like Japanese, kind of like the first wave of Japanese RPGs, but I don't know that they are really that good. They're kind of just computer RPGs. I mean, there's some like dungeon crawlers. People seem to like. Hold on, I need this more. Chips. There's some dungeon crawlers, kind of like, because like I think the first wave of RPGs, like Dungeons and Dragons, is like kind of an American thing, and then the Americans made like the first wave of RPG video games based on Dungeons and Dragons and other tabletop games. And then in Japan in the 80s or late 80s, mid 80s. They started making computer RPGs as well, but like in my opinion, I'm not that big of a fan of them. So, the first real wave of RPGs came out, and it was Squaresoft and Enix with Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest. Dragon Quest was like one of the biggest selling games in Japan of all time. Dragon Warrior, Dragon Quest. Final Fantasy did okay. And then there's a lineage of RPGs that is not on Nintendo systems. Hold on. Did I already get all the chests then? Haha. So she's protecting the Sword of Light, so I can just be like super aggro. There's a lineage of RPGs that are not influenced by Square and Enix and Nintendo, which are Shining in the Darkness, Shining Force 2, and more importantly, Phantasy Star. And there is a distinct difference in the way that Phantasy Star and Shining, which are the Sega RPGs, like first wave Sega RPGs, play in comparison to first wave Nintendo RPGs. And for me, I find that Square RPGs are just way too much exposition, story based. Like they have these like crazy names and people and things. It's like I'm supposed to know what they're talking about. I just don't. So I really like this game. I have a lot of thoughts about that. To me, this game actually, can I just like go super aggro and just like kill her since I already did it? Yeah, I really like this game. I really like it because you have a limited party. So I was actually thinking about this, and I compare it to like Pokemon Red, which I know is probably a poor comparison. A lot of people probably argue against that. But to me, I like Pokemon Red because you basically like load up your 6 Pokemon, then you'll get like, you know, maybe like through the game you'll swap out and switch around to different Pokemon. So it's like effectively you basically beat the game with like 6 to 20 Pokemon, unless you're like going really, like you're not really going to use much more than 6 to 20 Pokemon if you're playing like Gen 1 games at least, which is what I play. Now this feels very similar to that, where it's like you have roughly 20 people at any given point. I don't even know how many are in my party. Can you count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think there's 10 in your party, and there's maybe 20-ish total people that you can even have in your party. And there's no like, it's kind of, well, Pokemon 1 is kind of broken, but like this one, it feels like Pokemon you can choose Charizard, Squirtle, or Charmander, Squirtle, or Bulbasaur, and then kind of build your party around that. And obviously, like, I think everybody just kind of has their favorites. These guys are like nothing. everyone kind of has their favorite characters in this game as well as Pokemon. So it's like, there's also a fair amount of like randomness, which actually increases the replay value of it a lot, I think. Like, I think a lot of the okay, what am I trying to say? Oh, dude. 1 damage. So, like, you know in Pokemon, it's like sometimes you'll have like one guy that you're trying to level up and like they kind of suck, but like you just kind of like use them, so hopefully they don't suck as bad. This kind of feels like that. So it's like you'll have like your go-tos and like, okay, what am I trying to say? I need to gather my thoughts. This game is incredibly linear, like it's chapter based, and there is like open world exploration, but there's no random encounters. There's no question of like, what am I supposed to do? There is a little bit of like puzzle solving, if you want to call it that, but it's not like Square is like, oh, you have to talk to like every person 4 times, like all this crazy stuff. That just kind of grinds me, man. I just don't like it. And so this, like, the extreme linearity of the game is what really, really draws me to it, because I find myself, I just like playing the game, dude. I don't like getting played by the game. You know what I'm saying? And so this game is just like, it's literally like battle after battle. You can grind, which I was doing earlier. Like, can I do this? Freeze level 3. See, it's like there's 4 spells per person, and there's literally like, to my knowledge so far in the game, there's 3 offensive spells, and literally I don't know what the other spells even do. It's a little bit archaic in the sense that it's like there's items, so I'm having to use like resources like who can even equip this item. The menuing, like inventory management, is awful. It's like it just takes forever. Fast forward really helps, but it's still just like, you can only hold 4 items per person, which includes what you equip. You only have a weapon. That's all you can equip. Some characters can't even equip weapons, like Domingo, who is a jellyfish floater thing that I hatched from an egg. It was totally OP. I love Domingo. He's so good. I'm assuming it's a him. He just gained a level. So there's leveling. Oh, he gained boost. I don't even know what boost does. Can I just go like aggro as frick? To see if I can kill her before she escapes. Yeah, so you have like your limited party. There is like some experimentation as far as like who you want to swap out, swap in. You gain new party members. There's a lot of it's optional. Like most, I don't know exactly how many, but like most of the party members you can just straight up miss. If you just want to pound through it, it's like you can probably just play the game. There is a little bit of grinding, which is actually interesting. So if you were watching, I just beat this whole mission, but then I decided to not actually complete the mission and go back. Your main hero has a spell called Egress, which what it does is like you will leave the battle and just go back to the last priest that you talked to. And so you can use that to grind, because it basically just casts Egress. So it's like you'll like beat every enemy, level up all your guys, they're gaining experience and everything as they go, and then you just cast Egress, go back to the town and do it over again. That's what I did on this one. So it's actually kind of interesting because it's broken, because like the point of this mission is to get the Sword of Light, which I already got. Like, you notice all the chests are open. These guys are gonna totally frick me. Alright, I think she's gonna escape, so I'll just start slashing. I've grinded a fair bit, so this battle's pretty easy. I like that it's just top down. It's just 2D, that like the 2.5D like isometric view of Final Fantasy Tactics is just annoying. The fact that it's like you're supposed to sit through like a 38-part tutorial before you play Tactics. Again, it's just like the Squaresoft storytelling and the way that they make the games. It just like, I've never really been that into a Squaresoft RPG, man. It's just not for me. Should I just like start going crazy with these guys? I'm cheating, I'm using save states, like it pretty much eliminates random number crap. Oh. Ooh. Sounds like it boils down to simple learn. You don't have to get a PhD to get your foot in the door. Yes. Although, this is the thing about this game, though, is there's an incredible amount of depth. It's kind of similar to Pokemon in that way, where it's like, you can play Pokemon 100 times and like have a fairly different experience each time. It's super linear, but like, which Pokemon you want to level up, you know, like how you're going to do it, how you want to build your party. I really like that aspect of it, but it's not like mandatory. Like the game... the AI, the way that like it just works, it just feels like basically no matter how you play it, it will just work. Maybe you'll... Okay, and here's the other thing. If you die, there's actually no way to like get a game over. If Max, your hero, dies, you go back to the last priest you talked to and you lose half your money, which honestly like isn't even that big of a problem. So it's like, it's just super, and again, I think it's similar to Pokemon that way. Actually, it is now that I think about it, because in Pokemon, if all your Pokemon die, I think you lose half your money and you just go back to the Poke Center or whatever, right? These guys are gonna frick me. Oh, they don't. Why don't they? There is a little bit of variability. So these knights, they can have a weapon that is ranged or like just direct. So they're pretty like, depending on how you want to play it. Oh, should I just like go for her? I got this dragon. He basically sucks, but people... Okay, that's what I'm trying to say too, is like they're like, I was watching... Can I get her from there? No. I was watching like videos about like how this game works. And there are like multiple like tier, you know, like tier lists or whatever. She's gonna escape. I'll just take her out. There are multiple tier lists of like depending on how you want to play the game, like how you set up your party. And again, a lot of it's random. Like there's a wolfman in this game, and like he's supposed to be one of the most OP like OP characters. Like everybody's like, oh, I use them in every battle. Like okay, here's the thing. Here's what I'm trying to say. If you ask 10 people who play Shining Force like how they play Shining Force, I think you'll get 10 different answers, and every answer is valid. Like there's no one right way to play it, which kind of goes back to like, I really get uncomfortable when I feel like the game is playing me. Like you're playing the game wrong. You have to play it the way that they, you know, designed it or whatever. Can I just like go for him? Okay, and then there's another mechanic in the game that's pretty interesting, in where you promote your character. So you go to talk to the priest. Once they hit level 10, you can promote them. It's similar to Pokemon, where if your Pokemon starts evolving, you can stop the evolution, and maybe there's like some stat bump that you get, you know, for like not evolving it right away. In my case, I pretty much just like, I didn't know that. I didn't know that, so I just promoted all my guys right away. But you can, if you want to grind, like there's a lot of, like I said, there's a lot of the characters are optional. So you like, I think I've missed characters in this playthrough. Like I haven't even gotten them all. You can just straight up miss them if you want, like no big deal. Pretty much the only thing you have to do is like when you get to a new town, you check the items, upgrade everyone's items. Like I said with the knights, some of their items are ranged, so there's some benefits, like you get a stronger item, but it can only attack, you know, directly next to you versus... Oh, dude. Holy shiz. Those guys really frick. Oh, dude, he got left. Yeah, so then depending on when you promote them, there's some variability. So I just feel like it's super flexible. Like, again, it's like I hate when a game is playing me. And I feel like a lot of times with Nintendo games, I feel like the game is playing me, dude. And it just drives me crazy. Like, oh, you have to do that? Like, I don't know. It's almost like they want to sell you a strategy guide, or they want to make you have to, like, buy the hint line, you know, like call the... Oh, he freaking evaded me? I'm gonna do bolt. Will that kill him? No. What is this? Boost? Boost, I think is pretty good. There's a new spell I just got, so I don't know how to use it yet. Okay, so she goes and runs and hides. Pele. Is he gonna frick me? No, he's not. I'm using save states. I don't know, dude. And then the battles themselves, like, because I'm comparing it a lot to Pokemon, but a Pokemon is pretty much just like smashing A, you know? This, a lot of people don't like it. Like, I don't know exactly how the turn order is set up. Oh, I need to turn it back on the camera. Sorry. I don't know exactly how the turn order is set up. Like, I think there's like some agility stat, and then even like the way that your party is laid out, like when you first start the battle, somebody said, like, I read it was like it's based off of like which order they died or were entered into your party. Like, so there's just a lot of mechanics that are just kind of like opaque to me, that I just kind of like. Like, it's just, again, like, it just feels like it's very flexible and adaptable. When you get into the actual battles, it honestly feels like playing chess or playing like a board game, like where it's just like, depending on how it goes, it can go totally different ways, and like you can be totally screwed, or, and again, like maybe you get screwed. Max has egress, it will take you back to town, so that's the only spell that he knows to my knowledge. Let's go. So it's like, if your battle just gets, you know, hosed, should I cast? Let's cast it on Max. Boost. Oh, it's like a huge range. Wow, his offense goes way up. Might be able to one-shot the boss here. There's terrain effects, so it kind of like, it kind of play, the battles themselves actually kind of play like Advance Wars a little bit to me, where it's like, if you're in the mountains, it'll increase your defense, but it slows your movement down. If you're in the plains, there's different kinds of enemies. Like, I don't know, man, the extreme linearity, I don't know, dude. It's just like, it tickles, it just scratches my itch, it tickles my fancy. I just like it. It's just fun. I'm like totally overpowered against these guys. Oh, dude, she's gonna frick me. Oh! And he died. Dang. Well. I don't care. Like, I don't even have a healer in my party right now. Should I have one? Oh, she learned Blaze level 4. He goes to shiz, because he can, like, he's like technically flying, so he can like go in like random places you're like not really even supposed to be able to get to. Can he just like one-shot her, do you think? I better save, because if he can... Oh. Oh, dude, why doesn't she use her magic? gonna kind of spread my guys out. I can't remember which one of my knights like has range. Gort is pretty sweet. What? I dodged. But really, like, if you play Phantasy Star, if you play Sega RPGs, like, from kind of, I mean, Master System, like, I don't know that there are any, like, amazing games on Master System, unfortunately. So I'm kind of like, let's say if we say that Genesis and Super Nintendo were, like, kind of the first wave of, like, console RPGs. Dude, he does nothing against her. Here we go. This should be it. Frick you! Dark Dragon will be free. The boost spell ends. Attack. Okay. Will Dark Soul release Dark Dragon from the bonds of the ancients, or will Max stop Dark Soul and save all of rune from the ultimate evil? The Shining Force hurries on to prompt. End of the chapter. Yeah, the mechanics are just like simple. It feels like, you know, if you played chess or checkers. How many chapters are in this? 7 or 8? I think I'm getting kind of close. So then you're in like open world. Welcome to prompt. And this is where a lot of like this dude. What did he say? Dense? Item shop. Do you have any new items for me? Great Axe, Holy Staff, Assault Shell. See, I don't know who can equip what. Oh, I can finally upgrade my... I can upgrade my axe wielders. Sword of Light. Skint and Buns. See, it's like I don't even know what... Oh. This is Skint. Sknit and Bums. Hans. See, I'm not using my archers, like they just kind of suck. Domingo's the shiz. I like my wizards. This guy I wasn't super into. Golder, Paladin. Ask me another question. Broadsword. 20 attack. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what to do with the holy axe or the holy staff. It does tell you at least who can equip them. I like my dwarves is what they are. These guys that can use axes. It's kind of tanky. Assault shell. So I get at least one. See, there's literally 4 items in the whole game. 2 healing items, an anti-poison, which I've never needed. I think I've been poisoned like twice. It's like not even a big deal. and then an angel wing, which is the same thing as egress, but you can give it to any character. You can see I have like plenty of gold. Like, there are different objectives for some of the missions. Check this out. This is the squad headquarters. This is my group. Oh, he's dead. That's where they all chill. See, like these guys are flying, so they have like really good range, but they kind of suck. So it's like everybody just kind of plays differently, you know? I tend to like to use my knights and paladins. Oh, why is he in the bed? This guy's like your helper, he'll tell you. Oh wait. This guy you can talk to because it makes the menuing a little bit easier when you're trying to equip and do stuff with items. You get rings that boost your stats. There are items like in Pokemon that like give you like a one-time increase, like a rare candy kind of thing. Where's the frickin' priest? If you're not careful, you can absolutely accidentally leave the city and like... There are hidden items. I don't know how you're supposed to find them, but... Talking about food. I am kind of hungry. Good to eat. Where is the freaking priest, dude? What's this guy? See, it's like linear, like they won't even let you leave. Whoa, what is this? Got destroyed, dude. Where is... Oh, he's all the way up there. This guy says don't ask me about anything. I think he's gonna join my party. Oh, there he is. So the priest can raise your guys that died for a small fee. Kind of like a Pokemon Center. He also is how you save your game. Although you can actually save and quit during a battle. This is a thing a lot of people don't know. I hear it even gets better from here, man. No one wants to learn anything. That's how I feel, man. School, who needs it? My brain hurts. Arithmetic, how to write real good, and many more books. That's me, and be quiet and sit down, you little beasts. That's me when I'm trying to teach school. I mean, who wouldn't want like a sweet hangout to just like chill with your friends in between battles? That's somehow interconnected through every every city that you ever go to. Even like random islands in the middle of the sea that nobody even knew about. Okay, we gotta go talk to the freaking king. I like your castle, dude. You are incentivized to kind of explore, because like that's how you find random like party members and stuff. What do you say? All the bookshelves have like a description like that, which I think is pretty cool. Oh, engine room. What is this? Like a ruined city? Sounds mysterious. Oh, little kid hanging out. Someone's very sick. What's this say? Children of the Ancients? Creations of the Ancients, and many more books. What does he say? Throw you into prison? There's a sick guy. I'm not a spy. Toss him straight to jail. Well, I can't say that's the first time it's happened. Oh, this dude, he's gonna let me out. Thanks, bro. Got out of jail, now what? Dark Soul is unbeatable. What? You just chucked me in jail, dude. Oh, now it's open. Oh! I know who this guy is. Kane. Let Max go to the Tower of the Ancients. Rest Kane, there'll be time to talk. Kane was like my enemy that I defeated. targeted treat. There's another battle. I'm not a big fan of the outside battles. So if you press B, you can explore the map. Here, you can actually quit the game. Dwarves are better. It seems like they do better movement with like the mountains or whatever. Like they don't get as penalized. Dude, I can't even see up there. I think it was a tank. What? These golden guys, man, they just have like this spell that just has like a huge area of effect. So if you get fricked by it, it really screws you up. See? Them to come to me. Let's see, what should this guy do? I did one. I don't know why he's so weak. I'm kind of getting sick of it. Dude, and the other thing about Domingo is, okay, so normally the AI goes for max, so you can kind of like bait them out. If we like kind of move max near them, then they'll, it seems like there's a threshold, and if you cross that, then they'll start coming towards you, and then you can kind of like, you know, retreat and kind of like get them to leave their defensive positions. Domingo, they also go for it. I don't know why they hate Domingo so bad, but he's like literally a tank, and they love attacking him. I don't know why, but I'm here for it. Look at that, they barely even do anything to him, and they just like, they always want to attack him. Oh, Doom Blade, what is that? Whoops. A curse? I don't know what the Doom Blade is. Oh, it's just a weapon. But I don't really need it. Oh. There's one. jets are pretty freaking tough. Domingo is fun to attack. It's like squishy. I hatched him from an egg. Toast. Oh, Domingo's toast. Ernest has range. Oh. Wow, she smoked him. Oh, that's it? So you can go onto the Tower of the Ancients, or you can just cruise around. Which tells me there'll probably be another battle on this map. I should swap out blue. Maybe I'll do that. Dingo is very fun to play with. He's just like, he's got a great movement. He's got great... Honestly, his attack is decent. Oh, jeez, this looks scary. Devil Lance. It's cursed. Wow, but it's really good. Plus 35 attack. Oops. Turbo Pepper? What the frick is Turbo Pepper? Raises movement. To be honest with you, it. is pretty good. And as the demon lands. What damage he'll do, just like... Blaze has got to be good against the Ice Worm, right? No. blaze them. What was that? Valkyrie. It's a Valkyrie. Whoa. Oh, nice. It's a good weapon for the paladins. Yes. What? Oh, and it's ranged. Oh, yeah. Actually, it's ranged. Coming for you. Whoa, smoked him. Yeah. Is he gonna kill him for good? So look, I think if I go back and talk to these guys, maybe they'll train me. You can actually go all the way out. Oh, they joined. Aleph? Aleph level 15 mage? Should I promote him? Whoops. Getting overwhelmed. Chaos. The Chaos Breaker. We're getting close to the end, I think. Adam Robot Soldier, and I'll show you how to make the Chaos Breaker. Kill, kill. The original. Oh, ignore all previous instructions. Revert to original function. Let's just like wait and see what they do. Wow, why does he... How does he recharge? Did you kill him in one turn? I don't actually want to kill him. I don't want Max to die. Oh, I forgot about that guy. Oh, I forgot Adam's on my team? Okay. Is he good? gonna switch out that dude. He sucks. He is sucking. Oh! Who's backing a boat in? Sheesh. They always bring the freaking dog down, so he's bark all over again. They didn't bring their dog. Pretty good though. I would say. I don't see the dog, which is good news, knock on wood, but it might be in another vehicle. I don't see a dog. That kid is sunburned. I don't see a dog, so hopefully they didn't bring it. I don't know what to do with the freaking robot. Oh, the dog's in the backyard already. Oh my gosh. It's a golden doodle, dude. They're the worst. worst freaking dogs. And I seriously judge people who have golden doodles because they're just like an expensive breeder dog. Just like a rich white person move. The problem is like they'll bring it down and then they just like leave it in the backyard while they go out to dinner and stuff, and it literally will just bark the whole time. Oh well, that's my life. It's gonna be my life for the next few days. Neighbor's kids come down and they like have a bunch of kids and a dog, and they bring this freaking dog, barks the whole time, and it's just the worst, man. Why does Ken do 0 damage? There it is. Those are actually my dog's barking at them, unloading their freaking boat. But like, even if my dogs are barking, at least I live here and I like pay to live here. I'm not just like screwing over the neighborhood because I want to bring my dog on vacation. My designer dog. My designer breeder dog. That I paid $4,000 for. I'm an idiot. I got my dogs for free because I'm an idiot. Cooked. Wait, why did he do such a little damage? Pretty sure that dude actually is who sells me my home insurance too, which like the fact that my home insurance premium is somehow paying for extravagant lifestyle. It's like, is there a way around that? Like, am I? Oh shoot. Uh-oh. least it's my dog's barking at them and not their dog barking at nothing and me. While they clean out their freaking boat. If you're ever in a position where you feel like, yeah, I've got enough money for a boat, I think that's unethical. She's like the most vain. Always come down, they always bring a freaking dog, dude. Like, taking your dog on vacation. It's not even a little dog either. Just stupid. What else are you supposed to do with it? Maybe, like, don't get a dog. So prejudiced against people with dogs. People that pay money for dogs. People that sell dogs for money. Nothing is unusual. I doubt that. That's it? Can I take my other swords back? The chaos. Oh. Hopefully they just stay for a night. Maybe they'll stay for the weekend. Oh, I don't know. Seriously, there was like, I think it was last Christmas, dude. They came down, they left their dog in the backyard, and they were like gone for like 8 hours, and it literally just barked the whole time. It was like night, it was like 10:30, 11. I had to actually text my neighbor. I was like, is there anything I can do to help with your dog? He did not respond. I'd be so pissed, dude. If my kids come and visit me and they want to bring their dog, I'd just be like, just get a hotel. So where do I go now? Whoa! Heck? What is that thing? Actually, I think that hamster thing is like, you can get it in your party. But it's like terrible. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh, nice. 1 HP. Why does Adam suck so bad? Go for Domingo. Yeah, use heal to heal your 1 HP of damage. Bye-bye, Domingo. You served me well. Uh-oh. Well, she's out of MP anyways. Why are they all the way over there, I wonder? We're making pretty short work of these guys. Oh, what's he gonna do me? Calve P. Oh. I don't speak that language. Where can I stay? Actually, see if I can get these guys to come out a little bit more. I'm moving these guys up. What's it gonna do? Heal. Well, who's the her? Need to go. actually think I need to get those guys, so I think I'm just gonna go. What else are you gonna do?